What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan. It is Saturday, April 5th, 2025. And there's quite a bit of wind actually. It's 9 degrees Celsius, but the wind is blowing, making it pretty cool actually. Wind is blowing from the northeast. This is what the wind looks like on a scale of chimney smoke and waves in the canal. It is cavalcade still. Looking around, it is a continuation of yesterday. Although Contrail remnants to the south, unlike yesterday. Looking to the west, looking to the south, looking towards the east, and looking to the north. So the wind is coming from over there, and that means the runway use is the same as yesterday. Welcome to the show, everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond. And good morning to all others. Davy, Colonel Panic, Leo, Dex, Arjan, Pascal, Jewe Slijm, Reden, Peter, Edward, Blackburst, Tina, Klaas, Peter, Elwa, Peter Petit, Mario, Clouds. Thought I also saw Clouds earlier. Good morning, everybody. This is Delta Airlines flight 133 coming this way. And yes, that looks like an A350. And you know what? It is. A warm welcome to the show, everybody. Where's that windsock? There it is. The firefighters already did their round. They've returned to the station. Behind Delta is KLM. That's an Embraer 190 to Trondheim. Might go via Cheaters Lane to precede Delta. Let's see what it is going to do. For now it looks like it is continuing. No, it's coming. It's using Cheaters Lane. KLM flight 1151 is going to use Cheaters Lane to take off to Trondheim before Delta Airlines will fly to Detroit. Dear Kantoor, Doekman, Gerard, Marjan, goedemorgen. Good morning, everybody else. Eddie, good morning. Cassie, good morning. Clouds, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Right, a lot of wind, lower temperatures, makes it a lot cooler than it was yesterday. Here we go. This is KLM flight 1151 to Trondheim. It's an Embraer 190, the PHEZV, 13 years old. First flight was somewhere in 2012. Actually looking to go to Karbaan this morning, but when I woke up and I checked Flight Radar to see what was incoming in terms of Quad Squad members, I saw that the A380 wasn't even airborne yet. That was around 7:30 or something. Usually it's already above Iran or something by that time. The fact that I didn't see it on Flight Radar yet told me it was going to arrive late today, past 2 o'clock, and with the exception of the Suriname, which was almost landing already, there were no other airplanes coming in the duration of what normally would be my normal stream time. So I thought, let's go back to the Polderbaan and stand a bit further to the north and do a second consecutive day of departures. This is KLM flight 1199 to Oslo. And good morning to all who have joined: David, Anka, Yvonne, Scholar J, Tom, Yillard. First A350 of the show, Delta, once again arriving at Schiphol today with a couple. Now, Floris, thank you so much for an early super chat. Time for fries, patat, friet, whatever you would like to call it. Mate, thank you so much. You did not have to do that, but you did it anyway. Floris, dankjewel, thank you so much. Friet, patat, it's all good. As long as it is tasty, isn't it? Right, Delta Airlines underway. A350-900 to Detroit, Michigan. It is windy today. What a difference with yesterday. 16 knots of wind already. Yillard says that Emirates Flight 147 is still on the ground in Dubai. There you go. And there were no other quad squad members arriving, so I figured let's do another day of departures, even though it is 2 days back to back. Maybe tomorrow things will be better. Still not sure what the wind is doing tomorrow. I thought it was going to turn more to the southeast. Today it is going to stay firmly in the northeasterly corner, and that means that runway use is probably going to stay the way it is right now. The same as yesterday. In other words, departures to the north via the Polderbaan and the center runway, and arrivals to the 2 runways to the south, the Kaagbaan from the southwest and Alsmere from the south. German Airways with a BA bottom, if you will, sort of a hybrid livery, flying for KLM, going to London City. KLM flight 983, 17-year-old airplane. Its first flight was somewhere in 2008, the month not specified on flight radar. Good morning, bevroren patat. Good morning, Richie. Good morning, Tina. Wokkemoch, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Saturday. Parallel departures. Hans' favorite Welling just now took off from center. More narrow bodies are taking off from Polderbaan here. This is number 175, KLM flight 913 to Aberdeen. And after that we are going to see number 190, which will be leaving for Leeds. It's a cavalcade day, but it is windy. You're probably not hearing much of the wind because of the blimp, which I have resorted to using as a default because it really negates wind rumble very effectively. But it is definitely windy. It wasn't wind still yesterday, but it is a notch more today than it was yesterday. I also see that Captain Jerry, our first member to have turned blue, is in the chat, and he came in with a bang. Jerome, mate, really did not have to do that. He came in with a bang. 10 gifted memberships just now, courtesy of Captain Jerry Donnelly. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that you have at your disposal now for a month and longer if you consider renewing the membership at some point. This is Eastern Airways, aka Britty Hopper, flying on behalf of KLM to Leeds. Up and away. Jerry, thank you so much for your generosity. You did not have to do it. I hope everybody will thank you for the gifted membership, and welcome to the Skyline's new members. So, a helicopter of the police, or is that the Lifeliner underway? That's the police, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Oh wait, no. It does look a bit yellowy, doesn't it? No, I'm not too sure. Might actually be a Lifeliner after all. Yeah, it's going to be behind the trees for some time to come, so... Next airplane to arrive on the scene over here, BA. BA City Flyer will fly to London City and then Embraer 190. In the meantime, I also see that Marco came in with a bang. Marco, mate, thank you so much. You too did not have to do this. Gifting 5 memberships just now. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. If you are one of the recipients of Marco's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Marco. Marco, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Custom emojis, all at your disposal, whether you are a member by gift or by own volition. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you are allowed to use whenever, wherever, however you want. Feel free to do so, whether it is appropriate or not. In fact, I challenge you to use custom emojis the most inappropriate way you can think of. See what you guys can come up with. MBA, even though there are no wide bodies that leave wake turbulence, that might be an incentive to go ahead of, is going via Cheaters Lane to the runway. Interesting. Well, then again, it goes to London City. If all is well, doesn't need a lot of runway length to get airborne. Alan also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Hope you're still killing it with going viral. Welcome to all others who have joined. Pixie, good morning. Bob, good evening. Sebastian, good morning. And Sebastian says it is the Lifeliner. You bombed the toilet. Good morning. What a name. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Nico, goedemorgen. Jim, goedemorgen. Eddie, goedemorgen. Peter PDK, good morning. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody is having a good Saturday, or has been having a good Saturday. For those of you for whom the day is already almost over. So we have parallel departures in progress, center runway acting as secondary runway for departures. Mostly for traffic going to the east. Everything going to the west will take off from this runway. Fritz, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Good to see you back, mate. Hope all is well. Scientress, goedemorgen. Albert, goedemorgen. SJB, good morning. SJB is tuning in all the way from Canada. Now, Canada is big. Where in Canada are you residing? Siegfried, goedemorgen. Ger, goedemorgen. Welcome all others who have joined. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. You can see there's a lot of people here, and they're all friendly and welcoming. That also means if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy to ask any questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. There are stupid answers though. And if you want, we can give you a lot of stupid answers. Right, well, E2 Embraer in the meantime, taking off from center to Belgrade. And this is EasyJet flight 26656 to Birmingham. What else is in the pipeline? There are 3 more narrow bodies that are now underway from the main platform area to this part of the platform area, if you can still call it the platform. After this EasyJet, we are going to see a KLM to Helsinki, a KLM to Gdansk, and a KLM to Göteborg. And KLM to Dublin is also underway, still taxiing alongside the center runway. Orange Pride also leaving today. Jewe Slam says that it's now delayed until 10:15. Where is it going to go to today? I did not check. Lima, so that usually is a candidate departure for the westmost runway, Polderaan in this case. It's always interesting, there's always some smoke emanating from chimneys over there in the vicinity of Spaarnwoude. That radio tower or whatever it is at Spaarnwoude. The IKEA of Haarlem is also there. There's also some industrial companies situated over there. This is number 190 to Warsaw, KLM flight 1313. And in the meantime over here, KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki is already rolling. Rolling. It is a 737-800 with Wi-Fi on board by the looks of it, judging by the hump. Seal the deal, good morning. Hi there, good morning. Uffel 80, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Stranger, goedemorgen, good morning guy. What up? Did not see you there. There you go. Let go of the camera without locking the tilt axis and the camera immediately is blowing upward or downward. So this is KLM flight 1303, which will be leaving for Gdansk in Poland. In fact, that's what it is doing right now. Embraer 190, the FAZ PHEZZ, 11 years old, first flight November 2013. 737 in the background is going to go to Göteborg. That's KLM flight 1231. Has the Orange Pride been assigned to 36 left? Is that already visible on CDM? Probably is, isn't it? Jonathan, good morning. Jonathan is tuning in from Warsaw. Welcome, mate. And nice of you to say hi. Don't be afraid to say hi if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. And Peter lost your mileage may... No, that's not. That's a different abbreviation. YMML. Tuning in from Melbourne. Welcome to the show. T-Mac, good morning. Welcome back. This is KLM flight 1231, which will be leaving for Göteborg. As long as it's not moving, it gives me a moment to go back to the computer and once again massively thank Marco Ploggenborg, who just now gifted 5 memberships. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. Another 5 members, courtesy of you. Welcome to the Skylines new members. If you are one of the recipients of a gifted membership, regardless of who it was from, don't forget to say thank you. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Marco, thank you so much for your generosity. Another 5 members, courtesy of you. Look, yesterday I thought we were at 1161 or something. It's just a few dozen shy of 1200. At 1200 another emoji slot will be released. They're going in 200 member increments now. So each new emoji slot requires more additional members. It starts with 10, then 25, then 50, then 100, and now we're at 200 members per increment. Almost there. Hey, thanks Maria. Orange Pride assigned to the Polderbaan, that's good news. So we are going to see it. Chance for the new members who just got gifted their membership to use the custom emoji for the Orange Pride. Roman, good morning. Deal asks if Corridora will pass today. I don't know who or what is Corridora, so I wouldn't know the answer to that question. Hey Stefan, goedemorgen. Stefan asks if there are going to be big planes today. No. Just Embraers and 737s. Maybe an occasional CRJ, but that is it. Be prepared for a boring stream of just narrow bodies. Ralf, goedemorgen. Karel, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Lisette B. Also in the chat. Yo, yo, yo. Put the pride, Orangebaan. Perfect timing. This is KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen. 737-900. Ronald, goedemorgen. MW, good morning. Svensi, good morning. Svensi says, my parents are departing with KLM to Miami around 10:15. So that means we ought to be able to see them pretty soon. Which flight number? Nick, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Ewald, goedemorgen, good morning. Alright, somebody's in a hurry. V1, rotate. Hey, this wasn't supposed to happen. Look at this. Stefan, it's a big plane. Well, that's a surprise. I didn't expect that to be arriving here today. Now, in the meantime, Stefan, thank you so much for your continued support. 15 months of membership. Stefan writes, I love this channel. Thank you, boy. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope you still like being a member and still everything is to your liking in the lounge. Stefan, thank you for the ongoing support. Here we go. A big airplane. This is KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. If you're going to San Francisco, it's a 7879 Dreamliner. It's the PHBHN, that's Bravo Hotel November. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight January 2018. Alana, good morning. Alana is tuning in from a cloudy and windy 5 in Scotland. Well, it is cloudy and... No, it's not cloudy here. We just have contrails that are temporary clouds. But we do have wind in abundance today. Holy cow, it is actually pretty chilly over here. I have my gloves on and I was a little bit ashamed that I forgot to bring batteries for my heated gloves. Now I do think I can manage without, but the fingerless gloves are definitely staying on. I also put on my buff to keep my neck warm, and I've put my winter hat over my hat to keep my neck and ears somewhat warm. You think that might be a little bit overkill? It's not. If you're standing still here and this is a flat field, so you're constantly exposed to the wind, it's always, for those of you who ever consider visiting Schiphol Airport and are visiting the Polderbaan, it's almost always cooler here than you think it is and than it is elsewhere. You're constantly exposed to the wind, which is blowing relentlessly if it is blowing, and today it certainly is blowing. So, word of warning, if you're ever considering visiting the Polderbaan, better dress too warm so that you have layers that you can put off than come underdressed. I kid you not. Honest to God, truthful advice from yours truly. Good morning, Janos. Doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Good morning, Rosie Groovy. Martien, goedemorgen. Sheila, good morning. Marcel, goedemorgen. Albert, goedemorgen. Good morning, all others. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, next airplane to arrive, to take off, I should say, that has arrived over here is KLM flight 749. Which is going to Bogota in Colombia. You know what country that lies next to? You're goddamn right. This is the PHBKK. 4 years old, first flight December 2020. Spooling up, coming this way. Showtime. Screen Check is tuning in from the Czech Republic. Welcome, mate. Lars, this is a Canon XA60, Canon XA60. If you join us only later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a windy but sunny day here at Schiphol Airport with 16 knots of wind blowing from the northeast, and that means departures to the north. Polderbaan, where we are standing next to, in use as 36 left primary runway for departures, but parallel departures are in progress. The center runway also open for departures. Those will mostly go to the east. Everything westbound, including the Heavies to the United States and whatnot, will be taking off from this runway. And the Orange Pride is coming this way. KLM in the background, arriving to 06, and in the foreground, relative foreground, still at a distance of course, KLM flight 1185, which will be leaving for Kristiansand shortly, number 190. Now I am wondering, Orange Pride, where art thou? It is coming. Let's see, should be over there. Yes, look at this. It's the PHBVA Orange Pride coming this way. We'll be leaving for Lima today in Peru. And the Embraer to Kristiansand, check it out, lightweight. Already airborne. Already quite high up in the sky as a consequence of its early rotation. And we have something to celebrate. We have another member who has gone green. Greenpeace will love you for it. Nico Scherbijn, thank you so much for your continued support. He writes in Dutch, a year of beautiful footage. Thanks, boy. Nico, thank you so much for your continued support. A year of membership. Thank you for that. I hope you still like being a member. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Nico, congratulations and thank you for the ongoing support. A year, a member, another member gone green. And this, talking about green, is Aer Lingus going to Dublin, Ireland, flight 603. Up, up, and away. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Pilot Bram. Good morning to all others. Clemencia, goedemorgen. Frank, good morning. Wouter, good morning. Welcome back, everybody. Happy Saturday from windy Schiphol. Boy, is it windy. Right, we have 3 KLM wide bodies that will take off back to back. To begin with, this is KLM flight 601 to LAX, a 787-10. After that, the Orange Pride will be leaving for Lima. That is, of course, a 777-300ER. There she is. After that, a 777-200ER, which will be leaving to Houston. That's KLM flight 661. Orange Pride will be leaving pretty soon. First up, KLM flight 601. Hey there, Carlton. Good morning. Welcome back, everybody. This is the PHBKL on its way to LAX. 2-year-old airplane, first flight June 2022. And good morning, Stefan. More Stefans. Stefan writes in Dutch, good morning, this is fun at home from the couch. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying, Stefan, and I hope everybody is. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Bring in new people like yourselves. Who like live streams like these, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Your like goes a long way to get the channel discovered by new people who are also into aviation, who might want to join our awesome community if they only knew of its existence. It is time for the Orange Pride, ladies and gentlemen, the PHBVA 777-300ER today to Lima in Peru. 17 years old, first flight January 2008. Now, in the meantime, a massive big thank you to Davey GL. Welcome back, mate. Thank you for your very generous super chat. He writes 74 today, so here's a small token of thanks, boy, for helping me through a pretty rocky couple of years. AMS is my go-to airport stream, and long may you continue. Now make my day with a few queens. Thanks to all mods. To Davey, congratulations, mate. Happy birthday. I think it should be us who should be giving you gifts instead of the other way around. Mate, thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much for the support. You did not have to give me a super chat. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Davey. Now I hope we are going to see a few queens. The downside of queens at Schiphol Airport is they are always cargo airplanes. And they almost never leave according to their schedule that you can find on the departures list. They're always either too late or too early. On paper there's always a couple. Yesterday we only saw one, for instance, doing departures from the Polderbaan until approximately 2 o'clock. Just one. I hope today will be better for you. I'll do my utmost best, and when they do come this way, I will make sure to film them. Now, next up, KLM flight 661 to Houston, Texas. 777-200 different sound. And Chris Coot and his mate Curtis are swimming against the wind here in the water. They're passing me by just now. One next to the reeds. Hard to see, the other more towards the other edge of the canal. Yeah, they're saying good morning, everybody. The Coots are also welcoming you. Meanwhile, good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live from windy Schiphol. We're standing next to the Polderbaan in use for departures as 36 left. One of the two Coots is still visible, swimming right next to the edge over there against the wind, doing morning cardio in the sunshine, so getting a tan while burning some calories. That's a double win. An example to us all. It is KVK. That means that ceiling and visibility are okay. That doesn't mean that there aren't any contrails to be seen. In fact, they are better visible than they were yesterday. In the direction where traffic from Frankfurt and also sometimes Munich is usually coming from when they go to the United States, the sky is still clear. If any quad members are arriving, we should be able to see them quite well today. So looking forward to also do some contrail spotting today. Now, Mrs. Professor says, I saw the plane we saw take off to St. Maarten land. I didn't realize the flight is 8 hours. It certainly is. 8 to 9 hours to get to the Caribbean Sea from mainland Europe, so to speak. Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. This is EasyJet flight 23442 to Liverpool. A320. It's a guest. Well, this guest is leaving. This guest is 15 years old. Hey Ray, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Amro, good morning. And Max says, isn't it an old METAR? It is. It doesn't update automatically, and I haven't had the time yet to update the METAR. I'm not expecting big differences. Maybe the temperature is 1 or 2 degrees higher. Maybe the wind speed is up 1 or 2 knots or down, but doesn't feel like it's slowing down yet. I'll see if I can update the METAR pretty soon. But I'm not expecting a lot of change. More EasyJet. That was something of a special livery, wasn't it? Not very special, but it did look a bit different. Right, let's see if we can update the METAR before the heavy hitters are leaving. Let's see what has changed since we last checked in. So the METAR in the ticker is this: 16 knots of wind from the northeast. A refresh will tell us, oh, 2 knots less. The wind direction hasn't changed. KVK still. Now 10 degrees C instead of 9. Let's update the METAR in the ticker. 10 degrees C, roughly 50 F. Cooler and more windy than yesterday, but still KVK. You can see it is still a blue sky here. Absolutely lovely. Time for another beautiful wide body, Delta Airlines flight 161. Second A350 of Delta today. Yesterday we saw 3. I think today we're stuck at seeing just 2. It's going to Minneapolis, Minnesota, flight 161. It's the November 501 Delta November, 7 years old, first flight May 2017. Still a relatively young airplane, but look at the flap surfaces. Not exactly the cleanest of airplanes, which is a shame because it is a lovely, lovely airplane. Good morning, Maxime, who is leaving to Cape Town in 5 minutes. Absolutely lovely. JS Star, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. This is KLM Asia, which will be flying to Quito. Quito, which is in... It's a 777-200 that will be leaving pretty soon. The PHBQF Bravo Quebec Foxtrot. 21 years old, first flight March 2004. Spooling up. Good morning, Vanderlei, who is tuning in from Campinas in Brazil. Bom dia. Welcome to the show and welcome to the channel. Good morning, Kudi Patudi. Love the name. Hey there, Dans. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Happy Saturday to you all. Dan says A340 over Haarlem, Alkmaar, then Permanent, then to Frankfurt. I think I have it. That almost certainly has to be this airplane. Certainly looks like a quad-engined A340, doesn't it? Now, look at this. Agricultural vehicles over here as well. Always stuff happening here at Schiphol Airport. Next airplane to take off, Air Baltic. This would be Air Baltic to Tallinn, flight 858, Bombardier C Series 300, aka the A220, registration Yankee Lima, Charlie Sierra Bravo. And is Maxime taking off over there? I think it is. This is the airplane to Cape Town. And Air Baltic to Tallinn over there. And warm welcome to everybody who has joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here at Windy Schiphol Airport alongside the Polderbaan, used as 36 left, together with the center runway for another half hour, and then center will close for 40 minutes. Hey, Infinity also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Was already quite busy in our living area this morning. Buses to the Keukenhof already sold out for today. It said on the signs. Lovely weather. And the flowers are blooming in Keukenhof. EasyJet, next to take off. And where is it going to? Well, if you are gluten intolerant, you might want to look away, because this airplane might give you the cramps. This airplane is going to Celiac City. Okay. Alright. For a moment I was thinking it was having hot shoe issues, being a bit late with gear retraction, but apparently they just took a few minutes longer. Indeed, Infinity. Westelijke Randweg already was quite full with airplanes, with buses and cars driving towards the entrance. Also from the other way, from the McDonald's, it was traffic jam, slowly driving though, but busy day in the flower strip today. So, over here we have KLM flight 1293, and if you guys were paying attention in the background, you could see a special livery Air Baltic. Yesterday we had the Estonian flag. I think this is the Latvian flag, the red one. And this KLM will be going to Billund. If you have any bills, send them to KLM. They will happily send it to Billund, where bills go to die. Hans Horst, goedemorgen. Good morning, Carlton. Reinier, goedemorgen. Reinier asks, what is your favorite airplane? Well, that's always a difficult question, because there's something to like about every airplane and airplane type. If I have to choose one, and concerning passenger airplanes, I think it probably would be the Queen, the 747. But there are many airplane types that I like. Like I said, there's something to say for all. Some are more ugly, but sound better or louder. Others look better, but are more quiet. Over here we have one of KLM's A321 Neos, flight 1031 to Persenchester. PHAXC, P-H-A-X-C. First flight was in November last year. Good morning, June. Good morning, John. And good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. Schiphol Airport, where the sun is shining abundantly today. So too is the wind blowing abundantly. And here we have a special livery Air Baltic Latvian flag going to Riga. Flight 618 Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo November. 2 years old. First flight April 2023. Hey daar Douwe, goedemorgen. GQ, good morning. Good morning, Aviator. Good morning, June. They call me Am. Guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Louis, good morning. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, Gary Grebe. Was back. Dove under as soon as I pointed the camera towards him. As always. Ah, there he is again. Mother Ducker. Now, 777-200 over there. Just took off from center. Quite typical roar. And bird control once again in a hurry. Beep beep. Gary Grebe, you mother ducker. Hey. Hey. I already thought I was hearing another Grebe. Yeah, hard to see with the reed still being so overgrown here. It's probably going after his mate. So might see him re-emerge somewhere over here, question mark. Oh yeah, there he is. Following his mate. Scanner Gary Grebe. Right, what is that over there? It is Delta. Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York JFK. Let's see, our pipeline is filled. We have SAS. Is that Air France? No. That's KLM. What was that other airplane? Should be arriving here. Ah, more Air Baltic. There you go. Delta Airlines in the meantime also splitting up, coming this way. Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York JFK. A330-300. November 827 November Whiskey, 8 years old. First flight April 2016. Let's see, camera wires a little bit in the way. Alrighty, our next airplane will be leaving for Copenhagen. This is SAS Flight 552 and A320neo. And after that we have Air Baltic to Vilnius. And after that we have KLM to Miami, Florida. Flight 627. In the meantime, good morning Monique. Good morning Marianne. Good morning Zeno. Good morning Marcel. Good morning Swissport worker. And all others who have joined. Arjan, goedemorgen. Welcome everybody. Sunny Schiphol Airport, but it is windy and it is definitely cooler than it was yesterday. Still, it is KVK, not a cloud in the sky, except for the temporary contrails, which are a bit better visible than they were yesterday. Timo, herzlich willkommen, is tuning in from Stuttgart. This is SAS Flight 552 to Copenhagen. A320neo. ISIS. ISIS is coming. EISIS. A 2-year-old airplane. Hey Lindsay, good morning. HWMF, good morning. Welcome to the show everybody else. Danny, goedemorgen. Welcome back guys. So, let's see, what's that? LATAM Cargo to Brussels. What? 767 taking off from the wrong runway. Another effort. Right, so this is Air Baltic to Vilnius. Bombardier C-Series 300, flight 962. Bas, goedemorgen. Good morning to all the others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Air Baltic. Next airplane to take off over here is going to go to Miami, Florida. KLM flight 627, a 777-200ER. There it is. This is the PHBQM. Bravo Quebec Mike, 19 years old, first flight March 2006. Now before it is taking off, let me quickly go to the laptop and say thank you so much. Vielen Dank Tim 01 for your super chat. Coffee break, enjoy the sun. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. I will certainly enjoy the sun and a virtual cup of coffee as well. Thank you so much Tim. Up, and away it is. Good morning, chill bro, Baggins. Love the name. Good morning, Housing Indonesia. A-Learning, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Shek Ross, good morning, shalom. Bird control over there. K1 is coming this way. In the background we have a KLM E2 Embraer 195 which will be leaving for Hamburg pretty soon. KLM Flight 1753. And you can see Ryanair behind it. Oh. Retribution. Donald and Daisy have heard about Gary Greeb's demolished nest and now they're getting angry and even with Chris Coote. You get the fudge out of here. That's right, Daisy. You tell him. You get the F out of here, mate. Stay away. So yeah, it's not just the Buitenvelderbaan where drama is in the waters. You can also find drama over here. Better stay clear of Donald and Daisy. He is already eyeing you. Best beware, Chris Coote. Right. Well, always something to see and experience over here. Drama at the Polderbaan. Meanwhile, Ryanair. Ryanair is getting the hell out of here. Good morning, Jan. Good morning, Reginaldo. Good morning, Gary. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Ari, Ohio gozaimasu. Welcome back. MK, good morning. Alameen, good morning. Right, so let's see. Pipeline for the Polderbaan. I think this is the next airplane. The first next airplane. Yeah, Delta A330 Neo to Seattle. Aldert, goedemorgen. John, good morning. An EasyJet to Person-Chester is going to follow Delta pretty soon. With the wind and the low temperatures, my nose gets a little runny, so I'm going to invite the elephant back into the room briefly. There we are again. At least temporarily sounding a bit less stuffy. Evan also back in the chat. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Hope you're doing well, mate. Lovely to see you again. Welcome back all others who have joined. So, at the moment, still parallel departures in progress for another 10 or so minutes. How much longer, how much more airplanes will take off from center remains to be seen. Yep. And there we go. Harry the motherfudging heron has also arrived. Harry the hypnotizing heron. With a cool tail. Like the hairdo. Hippie Harry. Quite a few airplanes already on the move. I do see a Bombardier C-Series 300 from Air France going to Paris. Over there, taking off from center. Probably one of the last airplanes for now. From 11 until 11:40, only one runway open for departures, and that is expected to be Polderbaan. Beautiful A220. Air France to Paris. Donald and Daisy are over here. Oh! Uh-oh. No aerial attack from Chris Coot. Hopefully. Anyway, Delta is coming and going. Don says, looks like center is closed. I also thought it was looking like it, unless maybe that airplane to Tbilisi, Georgian Airways. Depends on what runway it has been assigned to. Still has to go to the east, Tbilisi, Georgia, so wouldn't be surprised if that was the very last airplane. Alright, so next up is EasyJet, flight 22162 to Perth-Chester, A320. And it's the great Gesgy. G-E-Z-G-Y. This airplane is 6 years old, first flight August 2018. BA flight 433 will be leaving next for London Heathrow. EasyJet A320 to Edinburgh is also arriving, and behind that KLM flight 615 to Portland. Alrighty. And I wonder... Yes, it does look like the 737 from Georgian Airways is lining up on center. Last airplane probably. Or at least one of the last. Going to Tbilisi in Georgia. Right, looking up and around me, it's predominantly blue in the sky. Looking for contrails, but I'm not seeing any. West, north, east, and south again. Harry is still chilling. There he is. Harry the hypnotizing heron. In the meantime, we have a BA flight 433 to London Heathrow. A320. 14-year-old airplane, first flight October 2010. Hey, KLM 591 to Johannesburg is coming this way. Lars, good morning, good to see ya. Wombat Parade, good morning. Daniel, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. QJ, good morning. We're standing at the Polderbaan. That is runway 36 left today. Now, for 40 minutes, the only runway in use for departures. The wind is blowing from the northeast, and on the scale of chimney smoke, looks like this. It is okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. Blue sky all over the place. Contrails are visible a bit better than they were yesterday. And this is EasyJet flight 23302 to Edinburgh. Sup, bruh? Question for the Scottish viewers. How do you call somebody who lives in Edinburgh? Is it an Edinburgh or is it an Edinburgh? I'm confused and I don't know which one to use. Can anybody help me out here? Is it Edinburgh? Are you an Edinburgh if you live in Edinburgh? Or are you an Edinburgh? Meanwhile, Karsten, mate, thank you so much. Karsten just now went ahead and gifted a membership. Audio Nix, the recipient of the gifted membership. Thank you so much, Karsten, for your generosity. Welcome to the Sky Lounge there. Audio Nix. Another member courtesy of you. We have a Dreamliner lined up over there. Or an Edinburgher. Could also be used. Yeah, so confusion all over. Which is the proper term to use. Over here we have KLM flight 615, which will be leaving for Portland, Oregon, Jerry's hometown. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, the BHC. That's BHC, not THC. Bravo Hotel Charlie, 9 years old, first flight October 2015. Eden mate. And Emirates flight 147 still hasn't left Dubai, Yillard says. There you go. If the delay runs up a bit longer, what is it? Flight 149 and 147 will be flying next to one another to the Netherlands. Both arriving around the same time tonight. That would be something special to see, wouldn't it? Two A380s from Emirates at Schiphol Airport at the same time. Unless they are going to cancel 147, there might be an actual chance of that happening later today. An Edinburgher. Right. There you go. I still think an Edinburgh sounds better. Sounds more appropriate. Edinburghers. I have to say, I also fancy a burger, come to think of it. Reno Panta, good morning. Welcome back. Happy Saturday to you too. Welcome to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Departures taking place today. Beautiful sunny day here at Schiphol Airport, albeit a bit more windy than it was yesterday and the days before. We have a 777-300 that is turning in onto the runway. KLM flight 591 going to Johannesburg in South. If you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of the channel yet. We're still a small channel in a big pond, that is YouTube. I'm pretty sure there are more viewers out there, more potential viewers out there who would want to join our awesome community of friendly people if they only knew of the existence of the channel. VX Rail got lucky and spotted an Emirates A380. That is so nice. Big machines, aren't they? KLM 591 to Johannesburg, coming this way. The PHBVU, 7 years old, first flight September 2017. Mike asks, where is it going again? It's going to Johannesburg, South. Chris Coot is swimming by. He's saying, don't forget to like, subscribe, buy my merch, download my next single, my last single, my future single, and subscribe, and to like, and to comment below, and to subscribe. You can see the windsock over there, pretty windy. Viagra certainly is in the sky, as if we didn't know already, because of the color of the sky. That's blue, blue pills, in vapor form. That's Delta, coming this way. Delta Airlines to Tampa, Florida. And in the meantime, SAS Flight 822 to Oslo. Over there, coming this way, A320 Neo. IC, that's E-I-S-I-E. IC is coming and she is 7 years old. IC is Dutch for ice cream. It's what small children say to their parents. I want ijsje, ijsje. Seven-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Donald and Daisy are swimming by. Contrail, which looks to be arriving from either Frankfurt or Munich, probably Frankfurt. It's usually airplanes arriving from Frankfurt that you see over there on that trajectory. And this is Delta Airlines Flight 237, which will be leaving for Tampa if it weren't for a cheater. This is an A320 from EasyJet, which will be leaving for Nice, which is nice. It's the OE Louis, brand new airplane. First flight April 2024, so it should be turning one somewhere in this month. VXRail asks, how much zoom has your camera? The optical zoom is the equivalent of 600mm full frame equivalent. And I have additional digital zoom that I also have enabled. It has two settings, up to 400 times. Which already is more than enough, because if I engage the digital zoom to its full extent, you can already see the pixel magnification makes the footage ugly. It can go higher, it can go twice as far, it can go up to 800 times. I'm never using that. I even don't go as far as 400 times digital zoom because it just magnifies pixels. So yeah, the optical zoom is about 600mm full frame equivalent. And here we can see this is Lufty. Or at least it very much looks like Lufty. Delta Airlines Flight 237 to Tampa, Florida is now coming this way. It's an A330-300. November 820, November Whiskey, 17 years old, first flight August 2007. Oh, nice combo shot. With the EasyJet. Sparta Rotterdam, Henk de Vries, goedemorgen. Good morning, Damon. And the trail wasn't to the north. The trail was to the south. This is looking to the north. There is a twin jet that is passing by. Where did I see it? Oh, there. This is to the north, flying east to west. Now, let's have a look. What else is coming? Howdy Niels, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. We are awaiting an EasyJet A320 Neo to Glasgow. Frank says, with all that zoom, you're able to see if an ATC controller scratches his nose. Yeah, how they drink their coffee, we can all see it from over here. Now, the location we were situated at yesterday provides a better look into the tower. The wind is also very excessive. I already have image stabilizer enabled and I've locked the pan and tilt axis of my tripod. Still, you can see the shutter. That's mostly wind, that's not heat distortion, but wind mostly. And here is the EasyJet A320 Neo. Wide bodies are underway, including Singapore Airlines A350. Before this airplane takes off, let me quickly go back to the computer and massively thank Jerry Donnelly for your super chat. My Ozempic and Viagra makes me happy on takeoff. Well, at least I'm happy you're happy, considering that your train journey didn't go through and had to be cancelled prematurely. So I'm happy to hear that you're still finding enjoyment in certain aspects of life. Thanks for the super chat there, Jerome. Navy Jack, good morning. German Monster, good morning. Gouwe, good morning. Hey, and Liu also, of course, good morning. Our soon-to-be blue member number 4. The wide bodies are approaching. The wide bodies are approaching. First up, American flight 203, which will be leaving for Philadelphia pretty soon. And after that, Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. Indeed, Frank, that would be a disappointment, wouldn't it? Thinking you've taken a Viagra, but by mistake took a sleeping pill. United is also coming with a 767. I think I saw 2 on the roster for today. Singapore Airlines flight 323 about to cross the center runway and will become visible pretty soon. American also taxiing pretty rapidly towards this part of the platform area, almost visible, yeah, now having become visible next to the fire station. First has to go to the runway threshold before it's going to take off. So we should be able to see a sneak preview of the A350 from Singapore first. In the meantime, also a warm welcome back to Paul Down, who just now went ahead and gifted a membership. Mate, thank you so much. I see that the recipient was Zeke Gaming Channel and Vlogs. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Zeke. Don't forget to say thank you to Paul. Paul, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome, Zeke. Don't forget to use custom emojis. You now have access to all 30 of them. They're a month at your disposal if you received a gifted membership. Hey Tom, goedemorgen, good morning. All is well over here. Good morning Jero. And good morning to all others. Hey there Finn. Finn is tuning in from sunny Zealand. Zeeland. Not New Zealand, but regular Zeeland in the Netherlands. Our westernmost province. Catherine also back in the chat. Good to see you, Catherine. Welcome back. A350 900 over there. Jerry asks A350 1000. That's only Cathay Pacific that flies them. Not sure if we are going to see its departure over here. If we're lucky, we will. Singapore operates the 900s. And K1 wanted to be in the shot for a second. Absolutely, Dance, you're right. Well, let's give him a few more seconds of fame. Here we go. K1, oi, oi, oi. Now, the next airplane is American. And we'll be leaving for Philadelphia right now. Flight 203, 7878 Dreamliner. November 815 Alpha, 8 years old. Nice combo with the landing airplane in the background. Is that EasyJet? I think it might be. Wings creep up. Happy New Year. Courtesy of K1. K1 over there, setting off some fireworks. And maybe that was to celebrate Catherine Green's 15th month of membership celebration. Catherine, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. And if something is no longer to your liking in the lounge, do let me know. And indeed, BA Qatar also have the A350 1000. We have seen A350 1000 from Qatar on occasion. Over here at Schiphol Airport, it is usually Cathay Pacific that uses them. But Qatar also has visited Schiphol with the A350 1000 on a couple of occasions. In fact, not too long ago we saw one arrive when we were standing at the Karbaan, runway 06. Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore. EasyJet to Venice is not too far behind it. What else is coming? Air Europa, but with a 737. I don't understand how they are using Dreamliners during weekdays and on a Saturday only a small 737. A330neo from Delta to Salt Lake City is following Air Europa. Good morning to all the viewers who have joined. Misam, good morning. Nate, good morning. Dutch Planespotter channel, good morning. Hi, Voorhorst, goedemorgen. Welcome all others who have joined. Feel free to ask any questions if you're new to the channel. Don't be afraid to say hi if you are new. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. Many people are watching and they are all friendly. And a lot of them know stuff as well. This is Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore, an A350 900, a year old, first flight July 2023. Mike asks to bring back paper towels. Warm air blows. It does get your hands dry, doesn't it? But yeah, if you want towels, let me see what I can do, mate. Thanks for the heads up. Don says, try to be friendly. It's harder than it looks. We've got a lot of folk who are trying to be friendly. Some of them succeed, others don't. Twin jet coming this way. From east to west, more or less. Bit north of me. Next up, this is EasyJet A319 to Venice, flight 27811. Hey there, Peter K. Good morning. RDW, goedemorgen. Welcome back, guys. Happy Saturday to you and to all. Hadi Tim, goedemorgen. Good morning. This is the OELKL. Oscar Echo Lima Kilo Lima. 15-year-old A319, first flight September 2009. Air Europa will be next after this. Catherine says, great selection of merch on the online shop. Thank you so much, Catherine. Hadi Sebastian, goedemorgen. Hey there, Aviation Dallas. So, let's see. Good morning, Annette. And Don says, Queen flying from Frankfurt to US, close just past Utrecht. Yeah, I think I have it. Not a big contrail. Oh. Not really the best conditions to be looking at them from over here. They'll need to have passed a bit further away from the sun to gain more contrast. The closer they fly to the sun, the less contrasty it is for us to see. Also still relatively far away. And this is Air Europa, which will be leaving for Madrid now. Flight 1098. On a lot of days flown by a Dreamliner 7878. This time it is a 737-800. The EC LPR. 13-year-old airplane, first flight March 2012. Hey there, Bogdan. Good morning. And Mrs. Professor has to sign off. Bedtime for her. Thanks for joining, Mrs. Professor. Sleep tight. Hope to see you again in one of the upcoming streams, hopefully tomorrow. Mike Romeo says C-17 flying over you from west to east. Don says so too. Where? West to east is very broad. Is it flying north of me, south of me? You guys have to imagine I'm standing here and I need to look up and need to know where I need to look. So I need to know, do I need to look to my left, to my right, to my north, to my south? So a C-17 west to east. It's not producing a contrail, otherwise I would have been able to see it. And if it is flying south of me and is flying west to east, it is flying now in the vicinity of the sun. But it doesn't seem to have been producing a contrail. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Next up, KLM flight 537 to Kigali. That's an A330-200. And after that, a small Embraer to Düsseldorf. KLM flight 1799. Alan has to go. Time to piss my COVID off, mother ducker. You have a beautiful day too, mate. Good luck with pissing off. Don't be going viral too much longer. You make sure you get rid of that virus. Right, KLM flight 537 to Kigali. You all know in which continent that is, right? You're goddamn right. It's an A330-200. It's the FWOC. Now, for those of you who are sensitive to cuss words, this is just the registration. PHAOC FWOC, as in what the fuck are you talking about? 19-year-old airplane, first flight October 2005. Henrik, goedemorgen. Noah Jens, hey ho, happy Saturday to you too, mate. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Hey, Paul also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Over here, sunny airport. KVK. Hardly any clouds to be seen. Few high cirrus clouds now further land inward to the east. The wind is still blowing. There is another A350 from Delta going to take off next after KLM flight 1799. Let's have a quick look at the METAR while this Embraer 190 to Düsseldorf is going to take off pretty soon. Last time we checked the METAR, it was 14 knots of wind blowing from the northeast and it was still KVK with 10 degrees C. A refresh will tell us that the wind is slowing down actually. 12 knots now, it was 16 in the beginning. The wind direction hasn't changed, still varying between north and east. Still KVK, the temperature has risen to 11 degrees C, so that is 52 F-ish. I'm going to quickly paste the METAR into the ticker for you guys. For those of you who don't know what the METAR is, it is the weather report that is updated twice an hour here at Schiphol Airport, 25 minutes past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour, and it tells you everything you need to know what is relevant for airplanes to land and take off. EHAM is the international abbreviation of Schiphol Airport together with AMS. Then follows the date and time of the report. It's the 5th, that's today. 8:55 Zulu is 10:55 Central European time, and the local time you find in the bottom left of your screen. The wind, speed and direction, 12 knots of direction 050. Direction is variable between 010 degrees and 090 degrees. Ceiling and visibility are okay. It is 11 degrees C. The dew point is 5 degrees C. The air pressure is 1021 hectopascals and no significant changes are expected in the weather in the upcoming 2 hours. Alrighty. Let's quickly turn back. All is well over here, Paul. Thank you for asking. A bit cooler than it was yesterday, particularly with the constant wind blowing here, but there you go. A321neo, KLM flight 1005 to London Heathrow, using Cheaters Lane, FAX-D, first flight December 2024, taking off before Delta Airlines flight 73 will. That's the second, or is it the third A350 already? Now I've lost track of how many we've seen today. Is it the third already, or is it still the second A350 Yesterday we got to see 3 Delta A350s. I'm not sure if it was probably the second. Here it is, Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. A350-900. It is the November 569 Delta Zulu. 9 years old, first flight March 2016. Dennis, goedemorgen. Good morning all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing along Polderbaan, 36 left, primary runway for departures. And this was Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. Next up, Tui. And goedemorgen Sylvia. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined as well. This is Tui Flight 367, going to Willemstad, Curaçao in a few moments. It is a 7878 Dreamliner. This particular airplane is the PHT FK, 10 years old, first flight May 2014. A quick invite of the elephant back into the room. And here it is coming. Hey there Bentang, good morning. Laris is tuning in from Ireland. Welcome. Welcome one and all. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Don't be afraid to say hi if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated, and feel free to ask any questions that you might be having. If you guys have been enjoying the stream thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps tremendously to bring in new people, awesome folk like yourselves who are into aviation streams like these but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. TUI on the way, and a Chinese triple is also arriving on the scene. Meanwhile, K1 is still chilling over here. Front row seat for K1. China Airlines going to Taipei pretty soon. First up, a small narrow body to take off. Bill J also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. This is KLM Flight 1219, which will be leaving for Stockholm pretty soon. It is a 737-700, the PH-BGF. That's Bravo Golf Foxtrot. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight of this airplane was in October of the year 2008. And after that, we are going to see the first 767 taking off from this runway. We did catch a glimpse of LATAM Cargo to Brussels, which took off from center earlier, but this is United Airlines, or United, going to Houston in Texas. A 767-300. Good morning to Beyond Adventurous. Ha, luisteraar, goedemorgen, Hans. Karsten has to go. Thank you for joining, Karsten. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Hope to see you again pretty soon. United, Flight 21 to Houston, Texas. It's a 767-300. November 651 Uniform Alpha. 32-year-old airplane, first flight August 1992, and I turned 10 in that month. What were you guys doing back in August 1992? After that, Chinese A350 and an A330 Neo from Delta behind that. Old school engine sounds. United 767 to Houston in Texas. Duns was developing in his mother to become a baby. Maria says too long ago, can't remember. Peter says getting married on August 14, 1992. That's my birthday. Bill J was causing trouble. Hank says I was conceived around that time. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Chinese A350 time. China Airlines flight 74 to Taipei. Here we go. It's the Bravo 18917. 6 years old. First flight April 2018. It's the angry looking A350. Grumpy A350 on its way. Bye bye. Time for some more growls. Delta Airlines with an A330 Neo next. Flight 49 to New York JFK. Here it is. Good morning, Embrug, who asks, are there any winglets bigger than the Boeing 767? Those are huge. Well, the Boeing 757 also has pretty tall winglets, but I'm not sure if they're taller than those of the 767. They might be the tallest in the game. Absolutely. Good morning, Wagner, bom dia. Benjamin, guten Morgen, who is on Lufthansa flight 989 to Frankfurt, sitting on the left hand side in front of the engine. What time will you be leaving? Morgen Mats. Good morning Patitza, who was 19 back then in 92, visiting his first air show ever. Good morning Lars. And Benjamin should be coming our way now. That is great news. Lufty to Frankfurt. First up, Croatia Airlines flight 451. That's an A319. The 9A CTG, 27 years old. First flight January 1998. And Dunn says that the A380 from Dubai is finally in the air. Flight 147 having a massive delay today. Oh, I'm getting a warning of disk space getting low. I really need to... I forgot to delete some earlier streams. And if I don't do that right away, there might be a problem. Let's quickly go and move these into the bin and then clean the bin. There we go, problem solved. I was heading over to the computer to massively thank Aldert, who just now went ahead and gifted no less than 5 memberships. Aldert, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Aldert, if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Use them however you see fit. In fact, I dare you guys to use custom emojis in the most inappropriate way you can think of. Use your creativity. I challenge you guys. So Lufthansa flight 989 to Frankfurt with Benjamin on board, sitting on the left-hand side in the vicinity of the engine. He will be turning on his flashlight, so we should be able to see you. He is now number 2 and is taking off in that airplane over there, being preceded by JetBlue, which will be leaving for Boston, Massachusetts. Boston. This is JetBlue flight 632. Hey, Turkish A350 is coming this way, Yillard says. That's the 5th A350 of the show. Yesterday we also got to see 5 taking off from the Polderbaan. 3 of them were from Delta. Funny how all of a sudden they've been sending A350s now for a couple of days on several of their flights to Amsterdam. That's JetBlue to Boston, Massachusetts. Let's quickly turn back. Benjamin is on board. He will be using his flashlight. I hope that you guys will be taking off with a big derated RPM. Makes the rotation later, and that improves our chances of seeing your flashlight. Godspeed. Lufthansa flight 989 to Frankfurt. It's an A319. It's a Delta Alpha India Bravo Golf, 13 years old. First flight September 2011. Uh-oh, that's already climbing. I think I briefly saw something. I think I briefly saw it. It was... we did see it, yes. You guys saw it as well. Benjamin on his way to Frankfurt. But it is a bit difficult to see when those airplanes rotate rather early. It was visible, luckily. This is a Transavia A321neo to Bari. It is 11:40 now, so I'm expecting the central runway to reopen anytime now. The wind has been fierce in the morning. It is reducing now. We began the stream with 16 knots of northeasterly wind. Last time we checked the METAR, it was only 12 knots. Temperature 11 degrees Celsius, that's roughly 52 degrees Fahrenheit. It is KVK still. That means it is mostly, if not completely, blue. Few high cirrus clouds further land inward, that's looking to the east. This is looking to the west. No crowfest going on like it was the last time we were here. They probably just sowed the fields. Looking to the north. And on the scale of chimney smoke, things currently are looking like this. This is the direction of the wind. Northeast. Bill J says, vodka weather. Come to think of it, I haven't taken a single sip of water yet. Did I say vodka? Water? Of course I mean vodka. This is Transavia on its way to Bari. And after that we are going to see the first CRJ of the show, which will be leaving for Munich. Now, ever since he's been given the green light to go back to work again, we haven't seen Michael for a while. Only very briefly and only briefly. His favorite airplane now lined up, ready to go to Munich. Lufthansa flight 2303. Just because the METAR says that the wind is reducing in speed doesn't mean we still have occasional gusts that can shutter the camera. Jörg also in the chat again. Good to see you, mate. Happy Saturday. Jim, goedemorgen. Good morning. Lufty. To Munich, CRJ 900, here we go. Right. Interesting. Yillard says that Air France A220 to Paris is also coming to the Polderbaan. By now, you would have thought that the airplanes to the east would be taking off from the center runway again. It's interesting to see that the Turkish A350 is still coming this way, even though it is going to Istanbul. Considering it is 11:44 now. KLM 737 to Budapest. Will it be taking Cheater's Lane? And the answer is yes, it will. Will that also go for the Embraer 175 behind it to Venice? The answer is yes. The two narrow bodies from the KLM will be preceding the A350 from Turkish. Makes me curious, has the center runway reopened by now? Let's have a quick look and see what current runway use according to LVNL is doing. A refresh of the page says that it is still the same as it was just now. That means I'm curious and are looking at Bezoekbus. What does it say? From 11:40 until 1 o'clock. Takeoffs, Polderbaan and center. So yeah, the normal runway use should resume. Guess it's just a coincidence that Turkish was still going this way. More airplanes, more narrow bodies are preceding the A350. Quad-engined Contrail coming this way. Looks like something coming from Frankfurt. And again, on Cheaters Lane. Embraer 175 to Venice, flight 1631 KLM. PHEXK, 8-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. And an Embraer 190 in the background that is also going to take off before the A350 from Turkish. That's going to go to London City. Okay. Quad-engined Contrail is getting closer by. And this is KLM flight 985 going to London City, Embraer 190. Hey, Emirates Triple also coming to 36 left. Interesting dance. Yeah, there it is already. So at the moment it looks like 36 center is still closed, even though the expected runway use indicates it should reopen again from 11:40. And that is a Lufty 747, Dunn says. Let's see if I can follow it a bit. Now that it is behind the sun. Or behind us, with the sun behind. It's in front of us, behind, with the sun behind us. Yes, that does give the best contrasty footage, doesn't it? I'm also hearing the A350 spool up. Turkish Airlines, flight 1952 to Istanbul. Quite rare that we see it at this time on this runway with this wind. Flight 1952 to Istanbul, Turkey. A350-900, 3 years old, first flight April 2022, the TCLGL, Lima Golf Lima. Now, yesterday, I thought we were at 1161 gifted memberships. Members. I see that we crossed the 500 likes, and that was a reason for Jörg to go ahead and gift 10 memberships. With all the memberships that were gifted already and people that became a member themselves, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe today we are crossing the 1200 member mark. And that would mean a 31st custom emoji slot becoming available. Jörg, thank you so much for your generosity. You did not have to do that, you know that. You went ahead and did it anyway. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you will thank you for it first and foremost, and will enjoy the custom emojis that they have at their disposal right now. This is Emirates flight 146 to Dubai, 777-300 A6 EPC, 9 years old, first flight August 2015. Jörg, once again, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, mate. And welcome new members. Emirates flight 146 is leaving. Emirates Flight 147 is airborne, underway with a massive delay. Probably won't be long before Emirates Flight 149 is also leaving for the Netherlands. And Benjamin back online. We saw the light, mate. It was lovely to see. You guys rotated a bit too early to my liking. I would have preferred if the captain rotated a bit later, but it was well visible. Now, in the meantime, Air France to Paris also coming this way. Are there any airplanes going to the center runway already? I see that ITA Flight 121 to Milan is on the move. Can anybody have a look on CDM and see what runway it is assigned to? I'm just wondering, because it looks like everything is still coming to the Polderbaan. And I'm not complaining about that, but just wondering. Right. Pretty soon we are going to see another Delta A330, a Delta A330-200 to Detroit. That's something we don't see very often. First up, this Embraer 175 to Krakow. Hey, interesting, Paul. ITA 36 left. Means that the Polderbaan is going to stay open as the only runway for outbound traffic for a few moments longer. Maybe they are going to open up center again from 12 o'clock or something. That is so interesting. Maybe there's not enough traffic to warrant the opening of a second runway for departures. Whatever it is, it's good for us. This is BA Flight 4301 to London Heathrow, A319. It does feel like the wind is picking up again. It was slowing down a little bit on consecutive METARs from 16 to 14 to 12 knots. It's definitely on occasion a bit gusty. Happy New Year! That's courtesy of bird control over there, K1. Lovely demonstration of physics. Does it have a sort of bull bar on the back? Never saw that it had something protruding from the back. Sander also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Koen, goedemorgen. Good morning. So over here we have Air France Flight 1445 to Paris. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300, the A220. 3-year-old airplane, first flight December 2021. Delta Airlines A330-200 to Detroit is lining up in the background. A relative rarity. I say that because most of the time Delta's A330s are 300s or Neos. Emergency parachute, fietsrek for the bike. Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan, now lined up and ready to go. 20-year-old airplane. and an A330-200. First flight of this airplane was in October 2004. The registration is November 857 November Whiskey. Naomi, goedemorgen. Hans Zwanenburg, goedemorgen. Holly, good morning. And Jack, who is a big fan of the channel apparently. Amelie, good morning. Hey there, Sunny Place, who is tuning in from Australia. Good evening, mate. Gear retraction on the A330. It is like watching paint dry. Peter, goedemiddag. And next up will be one of two airplanes of KLM's fleet still in the SkyTeam livery. With a 777 in the background landing on runway 06 in a few moments. This is KLM going to Genoa. 13-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. And the ITA to Milan is also coming this way. Yeah, so apparently they're keeping open the Polderbaan a bit longer than the expected runway use websites are indicating. Boo-hoo us. Who have to suffer more of the airplanes that normally would have taken off from a different runway. Poor us. Couple of Embraer narrow bodies. Over here, 3 now. The ITA is the 4th. EasyJet is going to be number 5. Both coming this way. Yillard says that the A350 to Helsinki is also underway. More A350s as well. I hope you guys can stomach them. And can suffer the monotony of seeing all those beautiful A350s here. I know it's a chore, but I know we can do it if we stand together. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live from sunny Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, primary runway for departures today, and at the moment still the only runway open for departures. A bit against the odds. Normally speaking, at this time, 2 runways for outbound traffic would have been open. Maybe they reopen the second runway around 12, don't know. Wind is blowing from the northeast. That means departures to the north. It is otherwise KVK. Beautiful sunny weather here, as you guys can see. Julian, good morning. Peter, goedemiddag. And all the others who've joined. Great, goedemiddag. Tourist Boot, good to see ya. MK, good morning. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. And if you guys are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It brings in new people. It really helps. People like yourselves who are into live streams such as these, but who haven't heard of the channel yet. So yeah, for the time being, outbound traffic is still all coming this way. My old geography teacher in high school used to say in Dutch, vraag niet hoe het kan, maar profiteer ervan. Which sort of loosely translates to, don't ask why or how, just profit because of it. Doesn't sound that great in English. It rhymes a little in Dutch. Sabine, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Next airplane to take off over here is going to go to Aberdeen in Scotland. Flight 915 KLM Embraer 175. After that we are going to see ITA with an A320neo to Milan. Jim says a question that keeps me up at night. Why do some KLM planes have a white build on their back on the roof? Yeah, that's the Wi-Fi hump. If there's Wi-Fi on board the airplanes, the antenna for the Wi-Fi, and I think a few other things are located over there in that hump. On this airplane you don't see that hump, so on board this airplane there is no Wi-Fi. Transavia also, at least on their 737s, don't have those humps because there's no Wi-Fi on board Transavia airplanes. The wide bodies and a lot of narrow bodies these days as well, including this ITA, do have those humps and and Lewis says it's not Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is already in the plane. Okay. So the people who were telling me this were wrong, apparently. This is ITA Airways, flight 121 to Milan, A320neo. It's the Ahoy. The airplane is a year old, first flight March 2024. Now, everything outbound is still coming this way by the looks of it. KLM flight 1853 to Munich also coming this way. Usually would have taken off from center if it were open. That to me tells me that they are going to keep the center runway still a bit longer closed. Question is until when? Usually from 11:40 until 1 o'clock, 2 runways are open for outbound traffic. That's also what Bezoek Bus, the website for the expected runway use in the upcoming hours, was indicating. Now that is never 100% right. We've seen that before. But it is usually a good indication of what to expect. The fact that the second runway for departures is still closed and it's still one runway for outbound traffic means that the window of opportunity to have parallel departures is reducing, assuming that they will go back to one runway for outbound traffic from 1 till 2, as they normally would. Makes me wonder if they're even going to open up the center runway between 12 and 1, or if they are going to keep just the Polderbaan open for outbound traffic until 2 or something. We'll see soon enough. Don says it does look like the center is going to open soon. Qatar 777 popped up and is assigned to center, so yeah. I think we already have our answer then. Question then becomes, will it close again come 1 o'clock like it normally would, or will it also stay open for parallel departures later until after 1 p.m? This is KM Malta flight 395, which is going to Malta. Okay, well, Qatar might have been assigned to center, but will it actually taxi to center? That's also the question. In the meantime, poor us, we have to suffer another A350 in a few moments. That is Finnair to bloody Helsinki. Before that, we first have to see this Embraer 175 out, going to Oslo. PHEXL, 8 years old, first flight January 2017. Finnair flight 1302. Now number 1 on flight radar. What? That's 1,091 people tracking it. And that is more than we have viewers in the stream today. Interesting. Now even more people are tracking it. 1,117 people. Why is that? Finnair flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki, Finland, A350-900. Here it goes. It's the OHLWT. Brand new airplane. First flight last November. So there you go. Really brand spanking new. I think the minimalistic Finnair livery complements the shape of the A350 so well. Yinkathis Pacific also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Peter, in bed with a terrible flu. All the best, mate. Get well soon. Gary Grebe is doing morning cardio. Well, now afternoon cardio. Swimming against the wind. Upstream. Not taking the easy way. Gotta respect him for that. This is KLM flight 691, which is on its way to not to Calgary, but to Toronto in Canada. 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKO, another brand new airplane, hailing from the same month as the A350 from Finnair just now was, namely November last year. Right, so we have two narrow bodies coming next, and after that we are going to see another wide body, United Dreamliner on its way. I think it was going to go to Chicago. First up, two Embraer 190s KLM, first to Munich, the other one will be leaving for Vienna. And Dirk on Tour says that the China Southern Cargo 777 is also coming this way. That's good news. In the meantime, Batu, good afternoon to you. Björn and Suzia's World, good afternoon. Chris Good also says hi. Chris Good is making a ruckus over here. Wat zeg je? Hoe bedoel je, sta je hier helemaal alleen? Met een groepje? Nee hoor. Hi.
Paul Wieman.
Hi, Boy Ransdorp. Hi. Paul Wieman is standing right here. A group. Why would you think I was standing with a group?
Ik dacht dat je met daar misschien nog bij waren.
Oh nee, de moderators zitten allemaal thuis, joh. Paul was thinking that the moderators would also be on site here. Nee, joh. Hey, leuk dat je eventjes langskomt.
Ik kom heel even langs, mijn zoon die vlieger is, die moet dus oppassen op zijn zoon en die moet straks naar Atlanta.
Ah,
En hij blijft even oppassen vannacht.
hoe laat vliegt hij naar Atlanta?
Uur 5 pas had hij geloof ik.
Uur 5. Nou, dat is wel, dan ben ik alweer ingepakt helaas, ja. Wat zei je?
Volgende moet in Houston, dat is wat vroeger.
Ah, oké, ja, nee, die zal misschien wel in de scope. Die zal wel in de scope van de streams dan zitten.
Ik denk, even kijken waar je uithangt.
Ja, nou, je ziet, ik sta hier wat vaker.
Ja,
Het gras is redelijk plat hier.
Het is vaak koud te leven.
Ja, nou, vandaag is het inderdaad wel wat frisser inderdaad met die wind. Ik ben blij dat ik in ieder geval nog handschoenen en muts in mijn rugzak heb zitten.
Ik heb heel even gewerkt hier. Dus,
Ja, dat zei je, ja.
verkeerstorens, hè.
Heb je ook hier op de Polderbaantoren gestaan?
Nou, ja,
Alles?
meestal centrum.
Ja, leuk. Leuk, leuk.
Rustig bijkomen.
Nee, dat zou best, ja. Het zou waarschijnlijk wat rustiger aan toe gaan dan... Ja, leuk.
Ja, zeker. Maar het blijft altijd trekken, hè, die vliegtuigen.
Altijd, zeker. Oeh, and the doggo over here as well. So Paul Winman is standing here next to me. Former air traffic controller here at Schiphol Airport as well, with years of experience. And his son is now flying and will be flying later today. Now it is time for United, flight 908, going to Chicago. Let's quickly turn back. Here it is, United, flight 908, Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner to Chicago O'Hare. It's the November 26906, 12 years old, first flight October 2012. En groetjes van Yorkshire Biker, who says hi from the chat. Right, here it is, pulling up.
Maar jij zit echt in Nieuw-Zeeland?
Marja die zit echt in Nieuw-Zeeland, ja zeker. Die is hier wel een paar maanden geleden in het najaar overgekomen.
Okay.
Die komt wel van hier. Maar die zit gewoon in Nieuw-Zeeland, ja. Dus daar is telkens iedere keer al avond.
Ongelooflijk, ja.
Leuk hè?
Alle kistjes hebben we een keer gehad.
And away it goes. Now, what else is coming this way? Let's see. Dunn says KLM flight 55 Zulu is lining up on center. So I expect it to be open right now for more flights. Yeah, they have reopened the center runway now. You can already see several airplanes are queuing up for the threshold over there. It looks like we will have to wait a few more moments. E2 Embraer to Dublin is already coming this way. Embraer 175 to Poland is now taking off from center, which we should be able to pick up in a few moments. There it is. Chinese Triple is coming this way has just gone around the southern threshold of the center runway to Guangzhou, followed by another E2 Embraer. So yeah, the question now becomes, until when is the secondary runway for departures going to stay open? They opened it a bit later. I hope they are going to close it again come 1 o'clock. Embraer 175 over there. And let's see what else is on the move. Well, mostly airplanes to the east, so those are going to go to the center runway by the looks of it. Bird Control is doing an inspection in the meantime, K2. And an A300 from DHL has come alive. Wonder where... Oh, and now it is gone again. I was wondering, will it be going to Madrid or to London? Or maybe somewhere else? In the meantime, let's have a look and see what Paul's former colleagues are doing in the tower over here. Insofar as we are able to see anything because of the wind vibrations. Wat zei je? 17 jaar, ja. 17 years no longer working there, but still. the people over there are probably not your direct colleagues, or are there still, yeah, probably some people that maybe were junior when you were leaving. Yeah, who are now the seniors, yeah. Such a pity that you also need to be color vision.
Ja, zeker.
The familiar voice, but now you can also see the setup behind the camera. It is a bit more elaborate than most people think it is.
Just fantastic, nice shots. You have always good shots here from the airplanes. Yeah, I'm looking for planes for older pictures from Schiphol Airport.
Nice.
But I'm a digibeat.
Well, you need to know where you need to look. That's the problem. If you know the date approximately and they're sorted by date, then you know approximately where you need to swipe to.
Don't talk about it.
We're not going anywhere. We have patience, Paul. So take all the time you need. We're waiting for traffic to come this way. In the meantime, there is an E2 Embraer over here.
Tower in the snow.
Oh wow!
In the snow,
in the low clouds, in the mist.
With low clouds, we're just above clouds.
Let me see if I can show it on footage as well. And that's from the main tower or from the Polderbaan tower?
No, this is the main tower.
Main tower. Right. Let's see if we can show the picture over here. Maybe there is the reflection of the camera a little bit. Maybe if we point it a little bit so, and I point the camera a little bit down. So this is from the tower on a misty day. Exactly. You cannot see the ground, no. And you only have to rely on radar.
There's some takeoff clearance, and after a few seconds, then pew.
Then they appear, yeah.
Exactly.
Also for the pilots, interesting conditions. They have to auto land.
Yeah, this is also
hey.
my logo.
Oh, nice, yeah. Paul Wieman sitting in the tower at work as a controller back in, what was it, the 70s or something, the 80s? Judging the hairdo.
It's in the old tower, the low tower.
The low tower. Oh, the one not at the main terminal building, but on the
not the new one, the other side.
No, exactly, the low one.
It's now the backup tower.
Oh, I was wondering, if they were still using it or not. Groetjes vanuit Nieuw-Zeeland van Marja.
Kijk, this is on my last day.
Oh yeah.
I got an escort.
An escort.
Over the field.
Awesome.
Sitting over there, and then there is the
the firefighter, yeah.
With
They sprayed you
honor spray.
an honorary spray. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And then the police helicopter is making the picture.
This is taken from the police helicopter.
Yeah,
Awesome.
exactly. So that's always nice.
Pictures of you your retirement.
Time. Oh yeah.
Have you only worked here at the tower at Schiphol, or did you also do Eurocontrol in?
No, only here.
Okay, yeah.
The low tower, and then later the new tower, and then
Yeah.
in the end also
The Polderbaan Tower.
Tower.
How do you get there? Do you drive to the main platform area and then take a?
No, there's some small road here also.
Oh, so
between the runways.
you can just take your own car, drive there,
exactly,
park
exactly.
there, just like you would
Yeah.
like any other job.
Sometimes you have a few hours shift on this tower,
Yeah.
and you go to the other tower
Oh,
and end up there.
a split shift where you do both towers in one shift.
Exactly.
I really thought that if you were doing the tower over here, you wouldn't be going. You wouldn't also have to go to the other
Maybe
tower.
it's changed in the years, but in the beginning.
Back in the
it was
beginning.
too busy here, and
Yeah.
to prevent that, you needed an extra control. You started the first 2 hours.
Did the Polderbaan already become one of the preferential runways from the get-go, or was that something that they did later when the sound regulations became more strict?
Exactly. Has to do with the sound.
Yeah, the noise abatement. Yeah. Because nowadays, of course, the Polderbaan is one of the two preferential runways and is almost always in use unless the wind is not favorable for it.
Now you have the problems with all the glass, the reflections of the glass, the solar panels.
Oh yeah, the solar panels. But I'm happy to see that they have reopened the runway by now.
Exactly.
They say that the problem is no longer current. Well, I thought it would shift over time because of the position of the sun.
I read something of buying other solar panels
Yeah.
with less reflection, or they had to remove, I think, 5,000 of them.
Yeah, I think that was their first step, to just remove a big chunk of it.
I don't know how it will
But it was an error. They basically delivered high gloss, and it was supposed to be more matte or more reflection absorbent glass. Just a technical error in.
I'm concerned they removed them all.
Yeah, I never understood why they gave clearance for such big parks.
It's so close to the runway.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are also solar panel farms on the other side of Hoofddorp in the vicinity of the Kaagbaan, but they are at a different angle so that the sun never interferes with them. And this is something that they could have foreseen if they thought it through better. That's a shame.
Hey, say goodbye. Go to my wife.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Next time you're in the vicinity, don't be afraid to drop by. I have a second mic if you want to tell stories next time. Hey, thanks Paul. Take care.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. Have a nice day. E2 Embraer 195 to Edinburgh in the meantime, and we are going to see a Chinese triple to Guangzhou next. That was Paul Wieman briefly stopping by and saying hi. Contrail intersection. And this is China Southern Cargo Flight 2580 to Guangzhou. 777 freighter, 16 years old, first flight March 2009, registration Bravo 2071. Alright, now let's see what else is underway, because center is open. I think the A350 1000 to Hong Kong is going to go from center. Right now, a couple of narrow bodies are coming. Let's see. Hey, Stephen, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. So yeah, just now was briefly talking with Paul Wieman, who is also a frequent visitor in the chat, but came by in person. A former air traffic controller here at Schiphol Airport. We have an Embraer 190 and an Embraer 175 from KLM over here. Bob has to go. It's sleepy time for him. Thanks for joining, Bob. Sleep well. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Parallel departures once again in progress. Iberia Express to Madrid. A320 taking off from center right now. Oh, what's going on there? Is that the bird control taking a leak, or is that something else happening there? QJ says, I hope Garuda comes to the Polderbaan. That depends on the time of departure. Indonesia has been pushed back and that means it probably will be assigned to runway center, and Duns already is confirming it is assigned to center. Yeah, as long as center is open, everything going to the east will be going from the center runway, unfortunately. Now hopefully, because they opened center later, they aren't going to close it later, because that would be a bummer for us. Hey, Wolfgang also in the chat. Good to see ya. And Wolfgang says on German Airways to Nuremberg, Captain Skatamacha will be the captain. ETA 1245. Yeah, but that's going from the wrong runway, unfortunately. Won't be seeing it up close. Going to Nuremberg, to the east. Lane is off again. Thanks for joining, Lane. And Han is also back. Han says, boy, as long as he doesn't aim at you with his flare gun, you're safe. Absolutely. What is he doing? Mousetrap. Apparently they've set mousetraps. Mousetraps for moles. Ah, and there's a little flag over there to indicate the locations of the traps. Okay. All well over here, Wolfgang. Just now was chatting briefly with Paul Wieman, who is also regularly in the chat and used to work as air traffic controller here at Schiphol Airport. Whack-a-mole. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see that they are over here at Schiphol. Now let's see, it is Embraers taking off from both runways. Embraer 190 to Poznan in Poland just now took off from center. This is an Embraer 175 to Glasgow, and we are going to see Garuda Indonesia to Jakarta pretty soon from the center runway. What I'm more interested in is whether or not we are going to see any 747 still in the remainder of the show. So two airplanes that I would have loved to see take off from the Polderbaan are on their way to the center runway. It is Garuda Indonesia and it is Cathay Pacific, the A350 1000. Right now, we have to wait a little for the next traffic to come to the Polderbaan. Everything that I see on flight radar is mostly going to the center runway. Play is probably one of the first, if not the very first, next airplane to the Polderbaan. Delta Airlines to Boston is too. There's also a United that is probably coming this way at some point. Let's see, narrow bodies, 3 of them. 737 to Istanbul, E2 Embraer to Berlin. Little tail is on the move. That's a 737 to Istanbul. One of the 3 narrow bodies preceding the 2 wide bodies. First of which is the 777-300 to Jakarta from Garuda. And the second wide body after that, immediately by the looks of it, is going to be the A350 1000 to Hong Kong. Yep, play is underway. That is probably the first next airplane to come to this runway. Downside of departures at Schiphol Airport is that there's always these moments where you have to wait a little for the next traffic. The Coots are over here. They're still doing cardio in the water. Well, no, I thought this was a Coot, but this is a moorhen with a red beak, or partially red beak. The Coot is over there. The Coots are both over there. Nibbling, having some greens and fibers. And thank you, Gary, who says I've been sharing your feed with all my friends. That is so kind of you, mate. Thank you so much. I hope you guys are still enjoying. If you are and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really goes a long way to bringing in new people. Oh, wait. What was that? That was my microphone wire getting stuck on the holder of my phone, which is mounted on my camera, which is pointing up, and that means that the phone is pointing down, so that I can show you the A380 from Lufty. That's passing by north of me. But my wire got stuck on one of the corners that is holding my phone in place. Right, so the next airplane to take off from center is going to be an Embraer 175, and after that we are going to see... No shit, there's still another narrow body. No, wait, no. Zooming in first. A bit further. There's an Embraer 175 now lined up, ready to go to Frankfurt, I think. After that we are going to see the Garuda Indonesia, and after that the Cathay Pacific A350 1000. So, if all is well, hey, is that a helicopter? No, that's an arrival to 36 right. I think this is the first location where we ought to be able to see the wide body. Next up should be Garuda Indonesia to Jakarta. I think there is the tail. Huh? Maybe I saw it incorrectly. Probably saw that incorrectly. Now Garuda is still turning onto the runway. No, thank you, Paul. I'm good here. Thank you for asking. So we are now looking in the direction of the center runway because Garuda Indonesia to Jakarta will be appearing pretty soon. Flight 89, 777-300 to Jakarta. In the meantime, traffic is also coming this way. The thing we are now looking for is Garuda Indonesia, which should appear from behind the fire station. Is that it? I think it is. It certainly looks like something big here in the foreground on the center runway. Garuda Indonesia flight 89 to Jakarta. And after that we are going to see the Cathay Pacific A350 1000. Things will become a bit more clear once the airplane has cleared the ground and the heat waves are no longer as distorting. That is Garuda Indonesia on its way to Jakarta. 14.5 hours or so underway. Lose what seem to be Contrail remnants, parts of Contrail remnants here and there remaining in the sky. Otherwise, still beautiful weather here. Looking to the south, things look like this. Looking to the west, it looks like so. Looking to the east, you can see some high cirrus clouds further land inward. Other than that, blue sky. To the north, the same. The wind is still very much blowing from the northeast. And the next airplane for Paul de Man is approaching in display. Now we're also going to see the Cathay Pacific cargo, no not cargo, Cathay Pacific A350 1000. Flight 270 going to Hong Kong, coming this way pretty soon. There it is in the background. Off the ground relatively early. Absolutely amazing. Pity that they're taking off from the wrong runway, these wide bodies. However, we are going to see traffic here at Polderbaan again pretty soon. Play is going to the threshold and it looks like Herpa Derpa Derpa is going via Cheaters Lane. Herpa Derpa Derpa, itchy and scratchy for 75 years, going to Aalborg. Embraer 190, 18 years old, first flight somewhere in 2007, the month not specified on flight radar, unfortunately. Indeed, NJ, the angle is what is so nice when you see departures from center. It's not the same experience in terms of sound. But you are still able to see the airplane relatively well and from a different angle than you would be seeing them if they take off from Polderbaan. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, members, you guys know what time it is, right? A320 Neo, flight 461 to Reykjavik. Here it is, the TFPPD. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight April 2017. Time to make the chat red. It is that time again. After that, we are going to see Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. You can see it in the background already. That is an A330 Neo in the Team USA livery. Since we are sending it to the United States, I hope we won't have to pay an additional tariff for this Team USA. Delta Airlines flight 243, Team USA livery to Boston, Massachusetts. The November 411 Delta X-Ray, 3 years old, first flight May 2021. Dutch Farang, good to see ya. Going to the Keukenhof tomorrow. Probably a busy day. This morning I drove past the Keukenhof and the signs were already warning it was sold out for the day. I hope you have your tickets, because you will probably have to reserve them in time. Enjoy tomorrow. Team USA on their way. Teun, goedemiddag. Right, once again, no airplanes here. We have to wait a bit. Gives me time to have a look on what is going on with the wind. Let's have a quick look. So, indicated runway use, current runway use, it's all well and good. Now, of course, a refresh will tell us that 2 runways are in use for departures. And interestingly, LVNL, the Dutch air traffic control website, says that there are now also 2 runways in use for inbound traffic. This is the wind that has been blowing all throughout the stream, northeast. Last time we checked the METAR, it was 12 knots. Let's see what it is now. It's a bit harder, 13 knots. Still cavalcade, no ceiling or visibility impediments. 12 degrees C. Temperature the same as it was before. That is roughly 54 Fahrenheit. We're waiting for the next couple of airplanes to come this way. I'm pasting the METAR in the ticker for you guys so that you can read it back. Insofar as it is interesting, because not much has changed. Stable weather all throughout the day, the temperature as well, unfortunately. And in the meantime, good afternoon, Snorri, and thank you for the ongoing support. Snorri is celebrating 21 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Let me know if we need new stuff. I already know I need to bring in the hand towels and not the blower. If anything else is lacking, let me know. Wolfgang was asking about the weather forecast for tomorrow. We can have a look while we are here. So it's looking good for the next couple of weeks. If you look at the 14-day forecast for the Netherlands, this is what it looks like. Another day of rainy weather, sunny day with cloudiness at the worst, and temperatures between 14 and 17 degrees Celsius. So that is between 58 and 64-ish or something. While we're waiting, also a massive big thank you to Thomas, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships just now. Thomas, thank you so much. You did not have to do that, but you did it anyway. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Thomas if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Thomas, thank you so much. That is above and beyond. Very generous of you. Thank you for that. And welcome to the Skyline's new members. We have airplanes that are coming this way. The very first of them is this one, EasyJet flight 25531. We'll be leaving for Bristol soon. A319. After that we are going to see a KLM Embraer 190 to Birmingham. KLM A330 300 to Calgary also approaching here. This is EasyJet going to Bristol, A319, flight 25531, the OELKX. And that's a 13-year-old airplane. First flight was in May 2011. Next up, Embraer 190.
Hallo meneer.
Hi.
Ik keek net naar uw livestream.
Ah,
Ja, ik ben Victorious.
Victorious. Hi man, ik ben Boy.
Hallo.
Aangenaam. Al mooie foto's gemaakt?
Ja, een paar van die Team USA.
Team USA, die was mooi hè?
Die komt hier ook best wel vaak.
Die komt best wel vaak, ja. Het is nu weer tijd dat de Team USA van de A350 een keertje komt hè?
Ja.
Of de LA28, die hebben we ook al een tijdje niet meer gezien.
Ja. Een mooie zonnige dag nog. Dat is perfect.
Wel een beetje frisjes hè?
De wind wel.
Die wind die is nog wel behoorlijk fris. Maar het is prima weer om foto's te maken. Het wordt alleen nog maar beter hier. Het zonnetje komt steeds meer aan deze kant. Dus dan worden de vliegtuigen goed belicht. In de vroege ochtend dan staat de zon natuurlijk nog wat verder weg. Staat hij aan de andere kant. Dan heb je meer schaduw. Tegenlicht.
Nog weer zo staan.
Precies. In de middag en in de avond is het eigenlijk het beste hier.
Ja.
Maar ja, in de ochtend komen weer de meest interessante vliegtuigen meestal.
Ja.
Right. Our next airplane to take off might get loud. This is KLM flight 677. In the meantime, Victorious, who is here taking pictures, came over to say hi. Already took some nice pictures from the Team USA A330. And hello from all the people in the chat as well.
Well, I'll go back to there.
Enjoy the day, mate. Nice of you to say hi. Bye bye. Ooh, they're calling me sir. Must be getting old then. This is KLM flight 677, which is going to Calgary in Canada. A330-300. It's fuck D. For those of you who are sensitive to cuss words, I'm just naming the registration fuck D, as in fuck D and thy parents. It is a 13-year-old airplane. First flight March 2012. Bit of brake dust. Lisette Bay is being a bit annoying. Maybe we ought to ban her from the chat, calling me sir and whatnot, as if I'm an old geezer. Grandpa boy, thank you Tom. Can somebody please wipe those annoying people from the chat? This is getting annoying here. Cheeky bastards. How dare you? Hank asks if I've ever flown with a glider. Well, I did not steer it, but I was a passenger on board one of those small tour flights that you can buy. I think it was a birthday gift when I was younger. Over in the vicinity of Lisse, you have a glider field. Kennemerland, I think it's called, really close to the dunes. Unfortunately, because of the proximity to Schiphol, you're not allowed to fly higher than 2,000 feet from that airfield. But I did go up with one of those gliders once. It was really lovely to see, but before you can take in where everything is and you get yourself oriented, you're already descending again and preparing for landing. It was a nice experience though, particularly the way up. With one of those wenches, Lear. This was KLM flight 635 to LA, no, not to LAX, to Las Vegas. 787-10 Dreamliner. This is the PHBKD. Not a chance, sir boy, Paul says. It's mutiny. This is moderator mutiny. There is a revolution going on here. They're overthrowing me. I'll be lying on the couch tonight, Lewis says, just so you know. Yeah, you're right, Frank. The Zilk glider field is very restricted due to Schiphol. I probably would have taken up gliding if I were living in the vicinity of an airfield where there's unrestricted height and you can actually glide for longer than just 10 minutes. Closest by airfield or more land inward, where you have those no restrictions altitudes. We have an Embraer 175 to Billund over here, KLM flight 1295, and after that we are going to see a TUI Dreamliner to Curaçao, Willemstad, flight 365. Air Canada is also coming to Montreal. Actually, looking on flight radar, there's a slew of wide bodies coming this way. It is 12:58. The airplanes that are approaching are traversing the center runway without going around it. There is an Embraer to Basel still lining up on the threshold of center, but will it close after that? Fingers crossed it will, because that means, or that would mean more precisely, that this once again has become the only runway for outbound traffic. DHL to Madrid is on the move, Daniel says. And Celine is also back. Good to see you, Celine. Welcome back. Now, it is time for TUI. And how many more airplanes are going to take off from the center runway? For now, I think the only one will be KLM flight 1945. Fingers crossed it is going to close after that. John Norris has to go. Thanks for stopping by, John. Enjoy. Well, no, enjoy. I was about to say enjoy the rest of your day, but you're probably going to bed, aren't you? Sleep well. Hope to see you again soon. This is TUI flight 365 to Willemstad, Curaçao. 7878 Dreamliner, 10 years old. First flight January 2015. The PHTFJ. Yay. Well, is that a nimbocumulo? An isolated low altitude cloud? I think it's the first I'm seeing here. The other clouds that are visible are higher up, cirrus clouds. That might mean it soon will no longer be Cavoquet here. Still, it's not like all of a sudden the weather is getting really worse. Still lovely here. Looks like KLM flight 1945 has just taken off from the center runway. And I'm not seeing anything else immediately going to the center runway, so I am hoping once again Polderbaan has now become the only runway for outbound traffic and that the power hour has begun. And Celine asks, bit cooler out there today? Certainly is, certainly is. I will tell you, the wind is blowing more firmly than it did yesterday, and the ambient temperature is lower than it was yesterday. It's still 12 C or roughly 54 F here. But with the constant double-digit wind speed, I'm still standing here with my parka on. I've put on my ski hat over my regular hat to keep the neck warm. And the fingerless gloves are also still on. Very much necessary still today. But the sun is shining. I did put up sunscreen. Put on sunscreen before going out on my face and neck because the sun is shining and has been all the while. If you are sitting somewhere out of the wind in the sunshine, it's a warm day. It is the power hour with your aviation reverend boy. Absolutely Frank. Welcome one and all. Let's pray for Gid, for forgiveness. Dear Gid, please forgive us, for we have sinned. The Netherlands is a God-forsaken place. Jesus hasn't visited in a long time, and the Coots are going and destroying nests of other birds. It's a sign that we are beyond repair. Dear Gid, please forgive us. Now, new custom emoji that you guys can use. Air Canada in the new logo is coming this way. It's a bank robber, has taken all our money and it's going to take it to Montreal. The Archbishop of Schiphol. I like that title. The Archbishop of Schiphol. Here we go. This is KLM flight 603 to LAX. It's a 777-200 the PHBQH. That's Bravo Quebec Hotel. It's a 20-year-old airplane. First flight September 2004. And check it out with me. We have a 787-10 to Austin, Texas. 777-300 to Willemstad, Curaçao. And an entire Embraer 190 to Copenhagen. Oh? What's this? Are those dirty flaps? On a KLM wide body? Never thought I'd see the day this was going to happen. But there you go, it's the exception to the rule. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Sir Boy, the Knight of AMS, Pope of the Polerbaan. Where's my holy water? Let me unzip my pants and I'll give you some holy water. Oh dear. Right, so it is time for KLM flight 667 to Austin. Not Houston, but Austin in Texas. One is with AU, the other is with OU, but it is a bit confusing. Both those cities lying in the same state, Austin and Houston. But this is going to Austin, Texas. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PH-BKH, 4 years old, first flight May 2020. Okay. Hip hip hop hop. Hip hip hop hop. A butt shot from a bird over here. That's a magpie, isn't it? Time to quickly go back to the birds I know best, those of steel and composite. This is KLM flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao. It is a 777-300 the PH BVV Bravo Victor Victor, 4 years old, first flight December 2020. In the meantime, a warm welcome to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is sunny here at Schiphol Airport. The sun is shining abundantly. The wind is blowing abundantly as well. For the first time, a few high cirrus clouds in the sky and one that looks to be a bit lower, or maybe it is just a cirrus cloud acting like a cumulonimbus cloud, a very small one. It looks like the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to, is the only runway again for outbound traffic. And QJ asks, how is your potassium? I think it might be a bit low. Do you have a solution for that? I also see that something blue is coming this way. ITA Airways flight 107 to Rome. Quite a few wide bodies are coming. They're all traversing the runway. And Gary has to go to the hair salon. We'll catch the rest on replay. No need to apologize, mate. Making sure you have a good hairdo is also very important. Thanks for stopping by, Gary. See you in the replay then. This is KLM flight 1271, which is going to Copenhagen. It's number 190. Lightweight. Now folks, if you are gluten intolerant, look away. The next airplane will give you the cramps otherwise. This is an EasyJet A319 going to Celiac City, flight 22516. Gas DJ. It is the Gas DJ. GEZDJ. 16 years old, first flight May 2008, and the Gas DJ is going to Celiac City. Guest DJ. Ah, of course I misread. Thanks for enlightening me there, Paul. You can tell I'm not a native English speaker, can't you? Hey, where has this airplane been with its nose? Up in the snow? KLM flight 611 to Chicago. 787 Dreamliner. And Wolfgang unfortunately has to go. Hope to see you tomorrow, mate. Thanks for stopping by and enjoy the rest of your Saturday, mate. This is KLM flight 611, which is leaving for Chicago O'Hare. It's the PHBKC. That's BKC, not KFC. 5 years old, first flight October 2019. Wind is picking up a little bit. At moments, it seems it's becoming a bit more gusty at times. It's definitely not slowing down just yet. Indeed, Leon, inkakist bijpakken. That was Mr. Sniffles on its way to Chicago. Indeed, Daniel, white nose after a visit to Amsterdam. But re-energized, undoubtedly. Transavia A321neo to Naples. Flight 6411. The PHYHA. That's a brand new airplane. Began flying a year ago. Dennis is leaving, has to go to the market. Eating a little soup. Sounds good. Enjoy, mate. Now in the meantime, things are getting a bit more busy over here. Let's have a look at the pipeline. ITA. KLM. Air Canada and another KLM, and our supplement of potassium. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more airplanes coming, and we are sticking around until things will slow down again at some point eventually. Transavia A321neo underway to Naples in Italy. Now, interestingly, a Contrail also visible over there. What's that? I wonder. Huh? Is that Cathay? Or is it something else? Could it be a Cathay Dreamliner? Or am I just seeing things now? Next up, time for a beautiful ITA Blue. Und Fritz sagt Tschüss, bis nächste Mal, bis bald und vielen Dank für joining us heute. Hybrid English-German. This is ITA Airways flight 107 to Rome. A320neo. I hope that you will be back soon, Fritz, to continue with the German English Mischung. Ah, it was a Cathay A350. There you go. John also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And Ger asks if there are any TUI airplanes taking off from Poldebaan. Well, not anytime soon, but we have seen a few. I think we've seen 2 or 3 Dreamliners already. Ah, Cathay Manchester to Hong Kong. There you go. Thanks for chiming in, guys. 777-300 airtime. This is KLM flight 757 to Panama City. The PHBVK, Bravo Victor Kilo. 11 years old, first flight May 2013. After that we are going to see a 7879 Dreamliner to Rio de Janeiro, Air Canada Dreamliner to Toronto, and an A300 from DHL to Madrid. Just Play Nuts asks, any word from Captain Jerry? He was in the chat earlier. He also was there yesterday. The glide slope Pope, I like that. I like that one, the glide slope Pope. This is KLM flight 705, outbound to Rio de Janeiro. 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHM. 7 years old, first flight August 2017. So we have 1, 2, 3 back-to-back wide bodies over there at the threshold. To begin with, Air Canada flight 809, DHL to Madrid, and KLM to Sao Paulo. 2 Embraer 190s after that. To cleanse the palette. This is Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto, 7878 Dreamliner, 10 years old, first flight October 2014. So, big picture overview, looking to the north, still mostly blue skies. Looking to the west, still mostly blue skies. Looking to the east, with the exception of the horizon, still mostly blue skies. And looking to the south, with the exception of some Contrail remnants, by the looks of it, mostly blue skies. Now time for an oldie. This is DHL A300-600 to Madrid. The airplane is 32 years old. First flight was in October 1992. October 1992. Let's see, what was I doing back then? I think I was still in 6th grade of elementary school with 2 more years of elementary school to go. What were you guys doing back then? Roy also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Happy Saturday to you and to all others who have joined in the meantime. Old school sounds, 32-year-old to be precise. We still have to see the first 747 of the show. I'm wondering if we're going to see one to begin with. Strange day, where the A380 already was delayed and wasn't even airborne yet this morning. And thus far a stream without any 747s, unfortunately. Now dag het niet, which is Dutch for I think not. Dag het niet has just become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing the Sky Lounge as your place to hang out in, dag het niet. Be sure to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Spamming is not allowed, but you can use custom emojis as much as you want. Whether it is appropriate or inappropriate doesn't matter. In fact, I challenge all of you to use custom emojis as inappropriately as possible. Just to see what you guys can come up with. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, dag het niet. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Hey, Peter Pan livery going to the Polderbaan. That's interesting. I also see that a Chinese triple is coming this way. Chinese triple over there, coming this way. And W says PHCKC 747 estimated time of departure 14:27 to Hong Kong. Yeah, so that's out of the scope for today. That's a pity. So Lurk says, my friend is at Polderbaan. What are those big pipes? What they're for? They are temporary replacement pipes for sewage. High pressure pipes. They're replacing the fixed pipes, and these are temporary replacements. Over here we have KLM flight 1763 to Bremen, and Embraer 190, operated by German Airways, standing there at the threshold. 17-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2008. Now there are also candidates in Cheater's Lane. Or I say, yeah, no, 2 737-900s to be precise. Both from KLM, but they're still standing there. They're not doing anything. And in the meantime, the Embraer 190 is coming this way. It's German Airways with a hybrid livery. The bottom is blue. The engine casings are blue. This airplane used to belong to BA. They never really took the effort to spray it into the full German Airways livery. And to make things more confusing, this is operating a flight on behalf of KLM. Now we're undoubtedly going to see one of those narrow bodies from Cheater's Lane, or will we? There's the first. It's a 737-900 going to Malaga. KLM flight 1545, PHBXR, 23 years old, first flight September 2001. Interesting month. Interesting month. Now in the meantime, Stephen, thank you so much for your super chat. You didn't have to do that, you know that. Vodka for our Pope. Mate, thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. Stephen, thank you so much for your generosity. I will use that for vodka then. Guess I have no choice. Hey, and is this already in the new livery? Does look like it, doesn't it? No, it's still... or is it? Nah, it's still the old. Or is it? It's not as pronounced as on the A321neo. It's probably still the current quote-unquote livery. that you see the most. W says incoming Suparna 747 in 25 minutes. Yeah, but that's incoming. That's incoming and probably to runway 06, which is not exactly the best. We're not exactly at the right location to be seeing it from over here. Clemencia has to go. Thank you for joining, Clemencia. Enjoy the rest of your day. Frank says, take a seat on one of those sewer lines. Maybe there's some warmth left in it. Had I known beforehand, I would have set up over there. Do my stream sitting on the pipes. Only now he tells me. More German Airways on the way. Now, interestingly, at the threshold, Delta is lining up. That's an A330neo. I was already beginning to wonder, will the cheater on cheater's lane go onto the runway or not? We already saw the Embraer 190 today, didn't we? So this is one of those streams where we are going to see the entire fleet of KLM's SkyTeam livery airplanes. There's only 2, so it's not a big feat or anything, but there used to be 3. Marissa's beloved PHBVD has been repainted recently back into the standard scheme of Schiphol, KLM. And this, together with an Embraer 190 that we already saw earlier in the stream, are now the only 2 remaining airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. And this is flying to Hamburg as flight 1755. And Gary Grebe, the mother ducker, is swimming right in front of us. His mate a little behind. Well, they were swimming here, but they're like Houdini. Going under again. Celine is signing off. Going to take the puppers for a walk. Thanks for joining, Celine. You enjoy your walk. Hope to see you again soon. Over here we have Delta Airlines flight 137 to Detroit, Michigan, an A330neo. November 432 Delta X-Ray is the registration, and this airplane is brand new. Began flying in January this year, 2025, for the very first time. Absolutely brand new airplane then. They might have updated the engines, they might have updated the winglets, but the speed with which the gear retracts, they certainly haven't changed compared with the A330. Roy also has to go, has to run some errands. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Hope to see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Lovely weather, albeit a bit chilly. Be sure to dress warmly or stay out of the wind. Coutini. Chinese triple to Shanghai in China. China Southern Cargo flight 454. 777 freighter, 5 years old. First flight February 2020. Here it comes. It's the Bravo 20 Echo Mike. Hey there, Raj. Goedemiddag. Welcome back. Want to see dirty flaps? Particularly the left inner flap. Ew, gross. Yuck. Hey there, Thea. Goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live from windy Schiphol. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, which now is going to see KLM flight 651 take off to Washington. It's an A330-300. The airplane is fake though, so I'm not sure if it's really going to go. The airplane is 12 years old. The first flight was in January 2013. Tama also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. After this we are going to see Transavia to Pisa. Pisa. Could go with a piece of pizza, or maybe just an entire pizza. Up, and away it is. Now, Thea, what's the flight number? KLM flight 641. Let's see. It is already coming this way, right? Shouldn't be a problem, Thea. Assuming it is still going to this runway. It is 1:35 now, so if all is well, the Polderbaan should stay open for business at least a bit more longer. If all is well, according to not according to, but normally speaking, until 2 o'clock. Means that everything that you see on Flight Radar now that is moving outbound is moving this way, and that is including an A350 from, what was it, China Southern? Yeah, China Southern. We have Delta Airlines flight 75 coming this way. We have Qatar to Doha. Now of course KLM to New York. JFK is coming this way. Quite a few wide bodies are underway. Over here we have Transavia flight 5683 lined up, going to ACE or Lanzarote. You can already deduce by the logical abbreviation of the airport ACE, it's Lanzarote. Because there's a C in Lanzarote. But it's an invisible C, a silent C. Embraer 190 to 170 to Newcastle. From KLM? Well, that has to be Britty Hopper then. Over there. And of course, the Peter Pan to Pisa. First flight as a first officer on the 787-10. That's nice, Thea. We should be seeing them pretty soon. They are already taxiing this way. Now, over here we have the Peter Pan Vacation Club special livery from Transavia. Wind still firmly blowing here. It's not slowing down by any stretch of the imagination. On its way to Pisa, it's the PHHSI, 12 years old, first flight March 2013. Whether or not you like this airplane, I think is a moot point. It is standing out. It's something else, it stands out. Just like Play, but Play does it a bit more sophisticated. Still, indeed, all in all in a good cause, absolutely. Let's fixate the pen and tilt axes a little bit. Mustn't forget to reopen them, of course, to unlock them. Martin as well back in the chat, Mika as well. Goedemiddag, good to see you all. So, Power Hour is continuing with all the traffic outbound coming to the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to, and we have something on the move. Pretty Hopper, Embraer 170, flying on behalf of KLM, going to Newcastle, flight 957. 20-year-old airplane already, hailing from the year 2005. Same year my car is hailing from. Hey there D, who says good afternoon. Nice watching your video from the couch and via the TV. Nice way to spend your Saturday. This is a Chinese A350. How many A350s have we seen in this show already? I've lost count, but it's quite a few. Delta A330 and Qatar 777. That's 3 wide bodies, and after that 2 Transavia narrow bodies are following. Also nice. 737-800 and the A321neo. KLM flight 641 to New York JFK after that, and an E2 Embraer from KLM behind it. That's going to go to London Heathrow. Shamrock A320 to Dublin is also following. Not yet visible, but soon will be. Time for a grumpy A350 to take off to Guangzhou in China pretty soon. This is China Southern Airlines flight 308. The airplane is already 5 years old. First flight was in October 2019. It's the Bravo 30 Alpha 9. Bird in the foreground. Doing a little cameo. The moon has also returned. Lovely to see, but we have no time to waste. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia, A330-300. November 818 November Whiskey, the registration. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight was in July 2007, and after that we are going to see the Qatar 777 to Doha. Next after that. Next after Delta. Hey there René, who's tuning in from Bremen? Herzlich willkommen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. The wind is still blowing relentlessly. You can see the waviness of the water. And on the scale of chimney smoke, things look like this. The wind is blowing from the northwest and northeast and has been blowing from that direction all throughout the stream. Qatar Cargo flight 8206 to Doha is now spooling up. It is a 777 freighter, the A7 BFR. Bravo Foxtrot Romeo, 5 years old, first flight August 2019. Time for the twin Transavia narrow bodies after that. Oh, Qatar is light. What? Now, this is an angle that you usually don't get to see from Qatar triples. Apparently not much on board except for the pilots and the necessary fuel to get it to Doha. Master Tube, good afternoon, welcome back. Now let's see what is the order of appearance. Transavia to Palma de Mallorca is lined up already. There's also traffic going to Cheaters Lane. Shamrock, flight 605 as well. E2 Embraer to London Heathrow. And I'm thinking these are all going to depart before Thea Sunwill, who is on board KLM flight 641. First flight as a first officer. That makes for four narrow bodies preceding the Dreamliner. That's the current status quo. Looking to see if there's a reason for the hold up. There doesn't seem to be any. Behind me I do see the bird control, but it is not on the runway. And we can see that the Transavia 737-800 to Palma de Mallorca has been given clearance to take off. It's the PHHSB, 15 years old, first flight April 2010. Okay, so the Transavia that was at the threshold is going to go first. That's flight 6521 to Gran Canaria, the PHYH Victor. And that is a brand new airplane that began flying in February this year for the first time. Last letter is one of the last letters of the alphabet, so it is a rental, not one of the own fleet of Transavia. Now the two narrow bodies on Cheaters Lane are probably going to take off next. In the meantime, K2 is patrolling over here. Yep, Shamrock, the first of the two narrow bodies on Cheaters Lane, is lining up. .641 is lining up in the background, but it's taking its time because there are two narrow bodies that are going to precede it first. This is Shamrock flight 605, which will be leaving for Dublin, Ireland. It's the EIDEJ. It's already 20 years old. First flight was in January 2005. E2 Embraer 195 will leave after that for London Heathrow, also on Cheaters Lane, KLM flight 1009. Hey there, Marino. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Next up, KLM flight 1009 to London Heathrow, E2 Embraer 195. Pretty Hopper in the background. KLM flight 641 to New York JFK behind it. This is probably Suparna coming in for Aalsmeer bound 36 right. Alrighty. I've had a look at Flight Radar and I'm not seeing any wide bodies coming in after this on short notice. So I think I am going to wrap up and make this the last airplane of today's show. And wrap it up, be back again tomorrow with another live stream. First officer for the first time, Thea-san, on board this airplane, going to New York JFK, KLM flight 641, last airplane of today's show, 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKG, 5 years old, first flight January 2020. Alvin, what up mate? Piss poor timing mate, this is the last airplane of the day. Always lovely with those Dreamliners. You see the wings are curved, are flexing up a little bit, but as the airplane gains more speed, those wingtips go higher and higher. And then during the rotation, you can see the curve being formed. The birth of a flying AMS Live logo. There you go. Thea's son, as first officer for the first time, on their way to New York JFK. In the meantime, bird control is over there. Also doing stuff. Now, I am going to wrap up. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed the show as much as I have. A big thank you for every bit of support in the forms of likes, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, PayPal donations, merch store purchases and whatnot. A big thank you to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. If you enjoyed the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like because it really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into aviation streams like these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Looking forward to doing another stream tomorrow. The weather will be perfect fine for it, so hope to see you then. Enjoy the rest of your day, stay safe, and bye for now, guys.